and I was Bayside Line by Mirai called to bring us into the mood tonight. You know, the funny thing about these vaporwave tracks, with them having this constant theme of artists writing the song titles in Japanese, so I actually have to make the effort and put that into Google Translate. Except tonight, I copy pasted it directly into Google search instead, and saw a bunch of buses at first. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I'm like, oh, I should probably try to directly translate this instead of through guesswork. Hey, Phones. Good to see you again, buddy. See, one of these days I'm gonna force Phone's hand into coming back into the streaming game. It's there. The idea is there, out in the air. He just has to push it, has to see it through. One day, but not today. Today, instead, marks the return of Hades, the long awaited, in fact. Boy, I checked the records. The last stream I did of this game was way back in May. So, half a year has gone by. The reason why it fell off, I wouldn't be able to tell you honestly. It was a mix of other games getting in the way. Plus, as much as I like Hades, and my appreciation for this game has grown ever since I picked it up in my off time from streaming, it's a little hard to get into at first, and you won't be making as much progress as you'd like to. Because the power shift definitely comes into play after a couple of successful runs at least. That's when you really get the currency for power-ups, all the weapon upgrades, and the game actually starts to shine and show you what it's best at. So we're gonna have a little bit of catching up to do. Mainly, I'm probably gonna have to walk you guys through what has changed essentially. Although, does honestly anyone even remember that I played this game? Besides Phones. Who, I have to note, has been every now and then asking for a status report. So we have a grand total of 33 escape attempts. 8 of those were successful. And I deliberately chose to stop after 8 before I continued to stream, because we're actually quite close to reaching the requirements for the true ending of the game. But first, let's catch up to speed on what's changed in the Underworld itself. So, I've actually been collecting more gems, meaning we have a few new additions to the kitchen area, like this little scouting nest.
The House of Hades.
Meaning we get a nice bird's view of the area. And also,
Hope that scuffer likes the scenery.
that's right, we got fishing. Now, this ain't no Sega Bass Pro. However, it's a neat little mechanic that actually is worth pursuing, because it nets you goods in exchange for the fish you catch. Because once you pawn them off to this fine gentleman here, the head chef, he will reward you with stuff like ambrosia. Well, maybe not ambrosia. Ambrosia is the actually powered up juice. Nectar. Nectar and other goodies.
There's a good boy. Thought you'd like that.
Just because I can.
Cerberus is overjoyed to have received such a delicious treat.
Come on, you wouldn't think I'd go past a return to Hades without petting the dog.
Hey, did you
If
see
anyone deserves it,
Old
it's
Lounge is
him.
good as new again. You ought to check it out. Just don't annihilate it like you did last time.
Each savage countenance of Cerberus lights up to hear the news, doubtless beginning to assemble stratagems for ravaging the lounging area once more.
Don't even think about it.
About it, boy.
Nice, Zagreus. Great minds think alike. Now, the nectar gifting itself is a whole different pair of shoes. This is actually where all the optional quest lines come in, because barring the initial gift you get in return for procuring a nectar per each NPC you meet, maxing out their social link, for lack of a better term, opens up certain quest lines. Like, we're actually close to getting to that point with Skelly. The amount of optional content that they can actually do in this game is insane. Like, even with the true ending nigh, there is a lot to do. There's just so much content to spare to keep you going. I'm actually impressed. This might be the most in-depth Supergiant's game, period. Which does not surprise me that they decided to follow up with a sequel. It is the most high production they've ever made. And I'm actually pretty excited to dive into Hades 2 once that's out. Clearly, Phones has not played enough Castlevania to know that you can never trust a Medusa head. Yep. Yep. Some say ignorance is bliss, but lad, my dear boy, stay away from the floating Gorgon head. Nyx, my beloved. You know, she was actually the closest I had to maxing out my relationship with, to no one's surprise. But that heart locked with a key means that you actually have to go through certain dialogue or wait for the story to progress to a certain point before you can proceed. It depends greatly upon the NPC and their dynamic that they have with other characters, and generally how far you on the story. Oh, me too, man. I wouldn't know half of this shit if I didn't actually bother looking it up. Which, mind you, I don't feel guilty about, because knowing me, I'd miss out on most of it easily.
You're going back there?
Anywho,
Hello, I'll only be a moment.
this is basically the records room, so you can keep track of the progress you've done, all the runs with different weapons and whatnot.
Hammer records.
For anyone who loves to keep track of stats, this is the place for a modest price of 2 diamonds.
Enough snooping for now.
This place is actually also pretty important from a story perspective, because Zagreus used to be forced by his father into wage slaving in the office, basically, and he didn't take kindly to that. Can't say I blame him. I'd probably go insane too if that was my future.
Seriously, you shades keep it up.
Everyone disliked that.
Hey.
Now, usually what I do is keep a few of the different items on deck in case I need to invest them on the fly into one particular upgrade or another. Now, how about we check out the Emperor's Suite? I've actually put a few new deco in here, like this massive comfy bed, and also, yep, that's a thing. You can totally hang up a poster of Aphrodite in your bedroom. You know, Zagreus is of that age when he starts to feel things, so yeah. I mean, if this was modern times, he'd probably have a poster of a metal band next to it. Love is a fickle thing, and so is Aphrodite. She totally matches the aspect she's the patron of. Here in the mirror, I pretty much have everything unlocked. My current objective is to max out God's Pride, which will make the boon quality I encounter even better. Faded Up 40, this technically lets you reload rewards for completing a room, but I don't know, so far it felt underwhelming because it can be completely random. Like, there's no guarantee you're gonna get something good out of the deal, so I'm a little about it. But I suppose it's to be expected with the RNG aspect involved. Now, I pretty much completed a full run with every weapon, and I can tell you for sure, the spear is absolutely goated. You know why? This attack right here, especially when you improve it, kicks ass. You can pretty much clear out a room before the enemies get a chance to react. It is chef's kiss, so to say. Of course, I've been experimenting with the other ones as well. I pretty much have all of the base ones almost maxed out. I used to like the sword a lot, but the thing about it is, it just feels like you have better options overall. The fists are pretty cool too. Sure, they have probably the shortest range of all the weapons on deck. However, the DPS rate, especially if you buff it and add some extra cool boons on top of it, you can pretty much destroy most enemies in a matter of seconds. But for these two remaining runs, I think I'm just gonna stick to the spear and stick it into monsters. I'm glad that you mentioned Artemis, because Artemis is actually probably my favorite, or at least one of my top favorite Olympian gods when it comes to picking boons. Support Strike has saved my arse so many a time. It is just, there's no reason not to get it. Now for the fun part. After you beat the game for the first time, the Pack of Punishment menu unlocks, which is basically set challenges for yourself in exchange for rewards. Essentially boils down to the rewards you would normally get for the first successful run becoming available again. So there's an incentive to add one of these. Or just mix and match till you fill up this heat gauge to the left, which basically refers to the level of challenge you currently have on altogether. I'm actually about to try extreme measures on level 2 for the first time. And after we complete the 9th run, I think I'll bump it up to level 3, because with each new level, every consecutive boss you encounter per region gains new abilities. So I've seen the Furies with their new gimmicks, and now I think on level 2 the Bone Hydra will learn some new tricks. So here's to an exciting adventure. Oh, and by the way, I have never used anything else other than the old spike color. I just love that 50 plus health bonus from the get-go. And to be fair, many of these are just gimmicky. I mean, this sounds nice. So does this. But my opinion, it's not like a massive advantage over the color. To each their own. But this is the way I like to roll. Oh, really? Well, I didn't think about it that way.
Poseidon.
Speaking of Poseidon...
Nephew, I'm mightily impressed with your ability to call those rivers there of all the denizens of my domain. Your crusty father's not entitled to the bounties of the
Did
sea.
you just call Hades crusty?
My limitless authority, you are. You have my rod of fishing. Now have this.
What is this?
A legendary boon of the get-go. Nice. You have a greater chance to find a fishing point in each chamber. Thanks, Uncle.
Let's catch some fish.
Alright, let's go.
You again.
Spin to win. That's the name of the game.
Heads up.
I told you all, especially early on, you will have very little problem going through the game.
Olympus calling.
Let's see. I could probably try increasing my relationship with Ares, because his little optional quest line is actually easy to get. So why not?
Lord Ares, please accept this token of my deep appreciation for your generous support.
You need to have their quote-unquote social link at about 6 hearts before you can proceed with their side missions. So it's still a way to go.
For me, indeed. How gracious that you keep me in your thoughts. Know that likewise I keep you in mine.
Absolutely base Giga Chat god.
But here, my gift shall see you further still.
I like to go for the Blade Rift. And it's an epic boon. We might actually get something better for the default attack. Sure, gonna pick another Nectar. Can never have too many of those. And the Chaos Gateway. Those have been popping up quite a lot as of late. And lo and behold, it is time to fish.
What lurks in the
Exciting
distance.
gameplay ahead. Come on.
Think we got one?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Scion.
And that's a new catch, actually. So we got the Hellfish. A Knucklehead, which may or not be a jab towards me. I don't know. Weird little guy. A Silesian, which we've just caught. Basically, the eel of the underworld. A Slavug. Is that another jab at me? Because Slav? Possibly. A Crustacean. Look at this cute little guy. He's got those little boxing gloves instead of pincers. A Tlam. Well, clam, but stylistically spelled in a cool way. Same with the Carp. It's like the Mortal Kombat syndrome, except instead of replacing C with K, we just add an H on top of everything. A Seamer, a Gup, Scuffer, and the most exotic fish of all, the Trout, and a Bass. Anywho,
I can take it.
we're gonna pay Chaos a visit. And I think he is quite essential to a certain bit with Nyx, so I might want to improve my social credit with Chaos as well.
Master Chaos, forebear of the gods, it is an honor to have met you. Please accept this gift.
Seldom do mortals or immortals think of making offerings to me. As I do not expect such token gestures, I am very much amused, and I accept.
To this day, I think this is one of the coolest design in the game period. Like, you could put this guy in an SMT game and he would perfectly fit in place.
It is not unexpected that you consorted with the violent Ares and now bear his boon. He still worships me, you know. Yet I would say he does not know me very well.
I mean, Chaos is a part of conflict. So well within his territory. It's a question of these two, really. I think I'm gonna go with attack. Because honestly, my life being reduced just for free encounters, it's not that much of a big deal, and 30%, quite substantial.
Let's see what happens.
Exactly, just don't get hit, bro. I don't know about Zeus boons. Like, they haven't struck me as particularly enticing. So maybe I'll just buff the rift I got from Ares.
Come on in. Thank you.
That's kind of how I feel about Zeus and Poseidon gifts. I mean, Poseidon with the right build, you can pretty much just destroy everything by wall slamming them, but that takes a little bit of effort.
The power of the gods.
At this point I don't really need keys, so
More brimstones?
collecting them is purely for bartering with the in-house merchant. Shop or Aphrodite? I would say Aphrodite. Her upgrades can be pretty damn rewarding. I just kind of have to stay on top of this guy, so I don't eat the lasers as much. Got him.
The curse of chaos has expired. Dear Aphrodite, surely you have all the offerings you can stand, but I would ask that you accept one more.
Oh, dearest, but it stirs my heart to know you care so deeply for a wonderful relationship. To celebrate it with such princely gifts.
Ooh. Well, I don't know, man. I'm already trying to get on Nyx's good side, and I think Aphrodite might have a bit of a fling going on. But then again, that's so much in character for her, isn't it?
What is going on down there, dearest? I thought for certain you would make it out, but seems that nasty place has kept you grounded, hasn't it? But don't despair, and you take heart, won't you?
We'll actually get to catching up with the main plot once I get past the final encounter. And then I'm just gonna have to briefly catch you guys up to speed and summarize the happenings of the past few runs in a 10 tweet entry, tweet long. Oh, that's new. Your cast is white shortage blast that inflicts weak, but it will replace my shot. Passion Dash is pretty nice. I don't know. I don't really like Crush Shot that much just because of the short range. I would rather have the Blade Rift travel for a bit on screen. So we're gonna go with Passion Dash.
No love without pain.
Take the pain. Weak is one of the best debuffs period in the game. Enemies dealing less damage? Heck yeah. Gemstones, for sure. Can always use those to buy additions to the House of Hades. But first,
Here,
we got a
fishies.
big one to haul in.
There. What do you know? A hellfish.
Man, I'm getting all the new fishies tonight. Would be nice if we found the hammer upgrade, especially something that destroys armor. Because that way I can break their defenses faster and apply the hit stun with ease.
Nice.
Yep.
How bad could it be?
That was ill-advised.
Gotta get that money. Now, really, early on, I avoided these troves like the plague because
Why do I
they were more hassle than they were worth. But now,
I'll take it.
well worth the time invested in clearing them.
Over there. That's a relief.
A good thing this game teaches you is to pay attention to your surroundings and improve your reaction time. And sure, a fishing point will spawn ahead. Now that's something I haven't seen actually in the Porta Store option menu. I mean, for 60 obols only, that's well worth the investment. Especially since the rewards you're gonna get for successfully catching a fish. Just return with profit.
Death is inescapable.
Think you got me, do you?
I think I noticed with these trial rooms on the first floor, you can grind some money out of the first initial enemies. After that, you could technically just roam around and avoid conflict, because gold will stop spawning in. So there's kind of no point in engaging in combat if you don't have to.
Fine, get out.
Peace and quiet.
This is gonna be right before the boss, so fine. I have to go with the hammer. Yo, this is like, what, the 4th fishing spot?
Always time to fish.
And that's only on level 1. I've never been this lucky.
Bite this. The hellfish. Spear's due for a little maintenance.
Charging your spin attack makes you sturdy and pulls 40 damage. You take 30% less damage. The actions cannot be interrupted by taking damage. It's a question of this or breaching skewer. Frankly, the fact that you cannot be hit stun speaks for itself.
My spear grows stronger.
Yeah.
Hope I didn't keep you waiting, ladies.
Well, well. Check it out, sis. The god of trash is here. Let's get to work.
Alright, so when you pop in extreme measures, with the Fury encounter, you're taking on more than one. Well, there's still gonna be the main one that you have to defeat, but either one or two of the remaining sisters will occasionally pop in and cast attacks, so it can get a little hectic. Alecto is fine. She's not Tisiphone, which I find to be the most absolutely annoying of sisters to fight. I think she's getting rage quicker. Yep, there's extreme measures 2 already kicking in. Normally this would be a breeze.
She's powering up.
I think I'm just gonna stab her instead of using the spin. Don't want to lose too much health if I don't need to. Oh, I say that and just either attack head on. Ow. Well, that's one Death Defiance gone already. Sheesh.
Tell Meg I said hello.
Didn't expect it to get that intense. But I did want to add some spice to a new run, so I'm not too upset, and there's gonna be opportunities to regain that Death Defiance.
Going up. Yes.
I do want it to
Love that sulfur smell.
go up to 3 for the final escape attempt that I need for the true ending. Because apparently that's when the Theseus fight becomes super interesting.
More inferno bombers.
They're so lovable though. I mean, Asterius, ironically, is the good guy, despite being the monster technically, while Theseus is an all-out asshole, which, I mean, if you've ever studied closely Greek mythology, would not be so much out of character, but it's particularly funny in the context of this game. But they do like the chemistry going between those two. And how they're just got a buddy cup thing going on. Wouldn't it be funny if I just started dying on stream mid-run? Like I did all those months before, and I didn't actually put any dent into getting any further tonight? Haha.
All aboard.
The moment I press the live button is when I seal my fate. We want to get rid of this guy, because I hate that energy wave he sends your way.
I feel stronger.
What we got? I don't know about the Chaos Gate with my luck. Ooh, more money. That would make a trip to the shop actually worthwhile.
I'll save you from the magma fishes.
He says that, but he's actually just straight up tearing them out of their natural habitat.
I got one. Slavag.
Don't make me laugh.
Time for gems.
That's quite enough.
Mine.
And I got a buff that gives me a nectar after completing one of these, so worth it. Just gonna run to the shop and see what our friendo has in stock. By the way,
Couldn't have said it better myself.
we're best buds forever. That's right. Me and Karen, we go way back. Anyway, I'm actually pretty happy I came here. Because Demeter, a goddess that appears after you successfully complete your first run, she has some of the most interesting boons. And efficient.
Keep me going.
We'll get the aid.
Power of Olympus.
And not only that, we're actually gonna buff it.
Felt something.
And one way or another, I still get a shot at the Aphrodite collectible.
Mind if I join the fray, witches?
Probably my least favorite boss. Well, mini boss encounter, just because it turns into a shmup. Fortunately, have it under control. Never knew what hit him.
Olympus, I accept this message.
There we go. Finally, we can buff our basic attack. Now we're cooking. You know what? For the heck of it.
Time to make some changes around here.
Ah. I wonder if it pulls up from the same reward slot, as in if you have a boon ahead of you, just change the god.
Just in time.
Enter the abyss.
Fuck it. Yellow.
In the name of Hades.
That would definitely make sense. Although it's, well, a little boring, quite frankly. This one's gonna suck. However,
Power of primordial chaos.
the backstep damage is gonna be worth the pain.
Now, it's a crustacean.
So many fishies. And assorted sea life.
Not that I really know exactly what you're up to, Cuz, but if I did, I don't think anybody in Olympus is aware of it. Or, if they are, they're keeping their mouths shut, the same as me.
You know what actually kind of had me surprised was that Apollo didn't show up until Hades too. Like, I was always wondering why they left him out. Maybe because they didn't quite know what to do with him, boon-wise. Him being the god of art and music. So it's not really something that strikes you as potentially combat efficient. But from the looks of it, they finally found a purpose for good old Apollo in the upcoming follow-up. Quick favor.
Godspeed.
Easily. Me too, man. I couldn't have picked a better time
This is not the deadly Hydra chamber I
for
expected.
returning to Hades than about 2 weeks prior to them announcing it's a thing that's happening. So immediately I noticed that the arena has changed and there's more lava around. Meaning environmental hazard is a thing. Also, the reason why I picked the automatic gauge refill is because, especially for boss fights, that becomes super helpful. Like, once we get into phase 3 of this encounter, we'll be able to blaze through.
Can't be serious.
Just have to get past these heads. The support units. Oh, the head is actually roaming around. That's a new trick up its sleeve. Anyway. Chill. GG. Easy.
Till you reconstitute again. My bounty.
That was a neat little upgrade.
How could you, boy? That Hydra had a family.
So do I.
He's got you there, pal.
Worth it.
Hydra had a family.
Courtesy of the pact.
Now I'm kind of hoping we meet a certain someone in Elysium. a newcomer that also makes his debut once you clear one run. Now these dudes are probably among my least favorite enemies in the game, especially the armored variants. Oh boy, do they like to be a pain in the backside. The only thing I hate more is all the toxic enemies before you fight the big man himself later on. That might be slight spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't played Hades yet. Although, to be expected of a outcome. Now, if I can get the upgrade that increases my spin range, things are about to get crazy. Spin attack charges up and recovers much faster. Special hits up to 7 foes. Your attack has more range and deals plus 40% damage to distant foes.
They'll fear me with this spear.
I could have gone for one of the newer ones, but this is difficult to pass. Even more range? Heck yeah. Oh, I can actually stun lock you with this spin now. That's something I didn't notice. Get ready for more cheese. Yeah, these next two encounters are also gonna take quite a bit because of the Curse of Chaos. But once we survive, we're gonna be able to deal even more damage. So, from what I've heard, you can actually duke it out with Karen, provided there is a certain condition that's met. Apparently, sometimes he has a stash you can loot, and obviously being an aspiring merchant, that doesn't please him. So far, I have not run into such a possibility. I don't know what's the rate of that happening, so I'm just gonna assume it's not a common occurrence.
Cheers, mate.
I trust the riverboatman Charon has been keeping plenty plenty busy lately, thanks to me.
Urge to kill. And more life.
Much better.
The vast and multitudinous riches of both the surface and the underworld are ordered by the river boatman Charon, whose services are often tendered to the wealthiest within Elysium.
He really gets around.
And he makes a lot of money. That's why he's able to afford all these boons for sale. You know, at this point, I think I've easily cut about as much fish this whole run so far than I did the entire game. Just because of that initial kick. Courtesy of Poseidon. Anywho. This one might suck because of the increase in encounter rate, but 2 boons. Yellow.
I don't suppose... No. It is nothing, little sprout. It's just... I hear such wicked rumors now and then about my daughter. Lost to me. And what became of her. Kore, we called her then. Persephone is what she called herself. Before she vanished utterly, leaving no trace.
Right, so our mother, Persephone, is in turn the daughter of Demeter. Meaning that this is our grandmother. Which she doesn't know about because the Olympian gods have no idea that Persephone was even in the underworld in the first place. Hades takes a little bit of liberty when it comes to the Persephone myth. It kind of follows the same flow with Hades abducting Persephone and keeping her in the underworld for a while. However, in that instance, he pretty much struck a deal with Zeus. He was like, sure bro, you can keep the daughter of Demeter down there as your queen. I'm sure nothing bad will happen out of it, but Demeter was having none of it. Like, she was pretty damn salty. Here it appears everyone is oblivious to the fact. And we'll touch upon this later once we talk to our mom again.
Wait, Persephone, mother is Demeter's daughter?
Dun dun dun. Applying 10 stacks of chill causes a blast, clearing the effect. Special strong inflicts chill. Arctic Blast. Because we already have.
That's definitely not the choice I would have made, nephew.
We already have her aid.
Stand against myself, why, that would make no sense at all.
Did what I had to do.
You know I had to do it to him.
Now he's angry.
Now that wave is gonna be on my case throughout the whole encounter, which is not ideal. Also, we have those shield bearers. Now's the time, as ever, to call the shots. No, technically, I could just wait for it to refill again and then summon the emitter again. I don't know if I'm gonna survive that long, however. Well, the problem is we have so many shield bearers on top of Poseidon sending out that homing wave. Well, if I happen to lose a stack of Death Defiance, it is what it is. But I'm gonna try to survive long enough to summon the goddess. Well, mega rough.
Aye, a show of strength like that deserves a commendation, I should think. Although for next time, know my favor's not a thing to trifle with.
The ocean's fury.
Yeah, I'll take the special. My guess is this is gonna be Asterius. Oh no, it's this thing. That should be manageable then. Basically, you gotta defeat the orb as the Legionnaires spawn in their spiritual form. So long as you defeat them before they have a chance transforming. But yeah, the rate of spawning has increased, so no point in keeping track of them. Shoo.
I'll keep my soul for now, thanks.
I haven't sweated this intense for a while. That's all from one stack of extreme measures.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Ooh. Tempting. I mean, both are good. This has a bigger damage increase bonus. Yep.
I'm sure Lady Aphrodite won't mind.
Gotta put up with one more difficult encounter before difficulty will tone down a nudge. May as well see if
Something's amiss.
Hermes has something for me.
Death approaches. Remember, not a word of this to anyone.
I could let Thanatos handle this. Since dueling with him this far can be troublesome, especially if you want to win, but I seem to be doing quite well actually. I think I got a shot at this.
Right on cue.
I think I've asserted dominance over the god of death. It's safe to say that victory is in the bag. Already did, pal. He ain't making it on top anymore.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Well, considering my luck so far.
Not a word of this.
I'll pass on this one. Would I preserve whatever life and retries I still have left, which is not much. But on the plus side, I can deal way more damage now, especially from backstabbing.
More.
Yeah, I think chill on my main attack. It's not a bad idea. Especially with increased range that I have on Varafa right now. It's gonna help keep baddies at bay, that's for sure. Get fucked.
Good enough to eat. Extra blessing.
Nah, I'm gonna skip this time. This might actually kill me if I go any further. And we do have the duel coming up shortly. I need to preserve my survivability. So we're gonna get some extra life. Grab a bite. Fish.
Looks like a clam.
A clam? Well, I'll be. Wave of Despair. Just for that reduced attack. Well, here we go, everyone. The fan favorites are coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, Theseus and Asterius. Give it up for them. The boys before the boys. We're gonna start off with the Minotaur, because that always makes taking on Theseus way easier. You ever stop to think about how Theseus basically looks like a Gachimuchi character? Like, he could totally be played by Billy Harrington in a live-action adaptation. I realize part of the reason why this run is definitely tougher than the other ones I did is because of the severe lack of Athena and Artemis boons. Those usually assure that you're gonna have a good time moving onwards. Athena's deflect status and the critical strike chance that Artemis gives you, they're just so damn indispensable at times. Minotaur down, and now we're gonna whittle down the main event. So I'm actually gonna save my aid till he's about halfway into the health pool, because that's when phase 2 kicks in and he calls upon the gods by stalling an RNG. There we go.
Goddess Athena, lend to me your strength. Wasteland,
Cool it.
uncontrollably, you monster. For there's naught else you can do against my might.
And now we do more of the same until he's dead. Boom.
Who's champion now? Ambrosia. Should be another such performance soon.
Well, time to heal up. Oh, fuck, that would have been great. But I'm short on money. Oh well. There's an opportunity to get it back if the correct boons appear. Unless I sell shit that I don't need. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. Because it's true, I could do some more fishing later on. But shit, this is like almost 500. Fuck it, I already got my bang for the buck with huge catch. Later.
Could use the extra coin.
And I've never done that before, so an achievement kicked in.
I can do this. I can do this.
Yeah, neither have I, because I've always considered them useful in some capacity, and in truth, so has this one been, but it's pretty much like a passive effect that I feel has run its course. And I get to catch another one, regardless.
Another gap, huh?
Right, what do we got? So this swaps out one hammer effect for 2 alternate words. Oh, sorry. Worth contemplating. Problem is, you don't know what you're gonna be trading off. So might lose either the buff on the spin or the increased range. I think I'm just gonna buy the god boons first.
Pleasure doing business.
Young Zagreus, once you arrive, do tell Lord Ares here that his great power's not worth anything without my own. Wars have their causes, among which many I control.
I do not question that your influence can stir a mortal's impulses toward war, O goddess Demeter. At least we can agree that our domains are quite compatible.
Hey.
Ooh. We got a new combo. Freezing Vortex. You cast inflicts chill, but is smaller and moves slower. Let's go.
Cheers, you two. Always a pleasure, Charon.
There's one room with a pickup. So let's say that immediately is return of investment. I could get some resistance damage. Both of these are pretty worthwhile, actually. Decisions. Making the tough shots.
Heartbreak time.
I think I'll go with the anvil. Once I collect enough shmoney.
This one, I guess.
So you haven't really seen much of me going through this penultimate series of rooms before squaring off with the final boss. It's essentially poison status galore. You don't want to hit by these satyrs and rats. Otherwise you're gonna be losing your life at an alarming rate. It really does. I am not a fan of it in the slightest, unless I can quickly rush through. Which is not the case when this combo I have, unfortunately. So I kinda, for once, have to pay attention to what I'm doing. Fuck. Poison pools.
This temple's positively crawling.
Also, these triple-headed serpent crystals, they're also not fun to deal with.
Nothing left here.
Next up, Aphrodite Boon. See, this kind of layout I appreciate because it's stress-free. You don't really have to worry about getting hit, especially if you've got the spear or any long-range weapon for that matter. You just kind of have your work cut out for you. Bomb pot should be targeted first, because then I'm gonna have an easier time fending off these rodents. The giant rats that make all the rules. speaking of red memes, apparently Germa has made a new talk show stream that's being memed upon heavily. I might have to peep it. And I believe it because I've seen the meme house. No, not the meme house, that's a Joel thing. The dollhouse. The live action Sims recreation, and it was absolutely hilarious. Something about Germa just radiates positive energy. Like, he's generally an all-around funny guy. Like, he acts perfectly normal, but he has what I would call charisma.
Cerberus can never get enough of this stuff.
And a positive aura that just makes you want to hang out with the dude. I think he'd be a cool person to just grab a few beers with, IRL.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Any pumps of power you find are more potent. Well, funny that, because we got a few in the shop.
Should I go find some satyrs to get out of here?
That remains to be seen.
I can use this.
Almost double the increase.
Which tunnel?
Definitely the palm. Anything else? Debatable. Would I want to risk losing my life? Hang on, just got to double check something, and Hades is not a fan of me alt-tabbing the game. We gotta do it, man. We gotta show Big H that Zagreus is no pushover, and he can stand up for himself. Hey, look, more pot fellas. And we were just talking about you guys, well, the extended ceramic family, yesterday because of the Arabakis in Harmony of Dissonance. And I'm gonna be soon acquaintances with your extended Elden Ring family members. I say soon, but God knows when I actually decide to pick up the game. Will do, my boy. Fingers crossed it will be smooth sailing.
Should be able to get back through here.
Bon appetit.
Should stock up for the road ahead.
This might be a mistake, but I think I'll try to procure this Demeter boon. Might give me enough money to buy another palm. Well, here's hoping to a good blessing. Giant rat. Right off the get-go. Holy hell, that cast combo kinda slaps. I should use it more. And it kinda hovers around you, so you can keep it as a mild panic button. Not bad at all. So far, so good. There you go. The moment you break through the beast's armor, smooth sailing from there. Alright, boss chamber. Who do we have?
Especially gigantic vermin.
It's not the satyr. So I can probably deal with him without too much of a headache. So long as we leave out the more intimidating assists. Potboy is fine. I can put up with pot fillers. That was a unfortunate free hit, but I actually didn't lose too much health. To take damage and completely chill your foe. Let's go. Sadly, I do not have enough money for the palm.
Are you hungry?
I do. What would the stream be without a little bit of risk taking, right? May as well just complete all of them. Come on, I can have all of you within the range of my attacks. Or not. Ugh. Well, couldn't get much worse. This, however, is preferable. Perfect.
Oh, it's just a tiny vermin.
Don't say that.
Oh, gods.
Oh, what the hell? It's a boss. Oh, I've never seen this. Oh, snap. It's the tiny rat that makes all of the rules. Babe, wake up. New boss just dropped. Does this guy have a second phase? We're about to find out soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Vermintide free. But with less bipedal rats. And one tiny lad. Got him. Vermin vanquished.
So vicious yet so tiny.
Yeah, tell me about it. Hooey.
Shiny.
Do we have an entry on this? Yeah, we do. King Vermin. Vermin, like men and dogs, are followers. Oftentimes it is the largest, most physically imposing of a pack that becomes leader. But size is not the only factor, and ultimately not a substitute for ferocity of spirit. Truly. The king of rats.
I'll take it. Stronger still.
No. I like the setup I currently have. So, without further ado,
The prince persuades
it is time.
world's ferocious guardian to move aside.
I can go.
Here we go. I've never gone as far on stream as this moment. Time to go outside and touch some grass. Or snow, rather, because It is December, apparently. Befitting,
Why?
given the circumstances.
Why do you keep showing up? In spite of knowing that the outcome shall be just the same as how it always was.
Beats having to toil away under your overbearing supervision. And besides, as you may be aware, I've recently made up my mind to leave this place.
Yeah, utterly incorrigible. When next we meet here, then we'll keep it brief. I've grown weary of our aimless conversations. Now prepare.
And here is the head honcho himself.
Here, boy.
And it's a spear showdown, so in many ways he behaves similarly to Theseus with his spinning arc he does, and a lot of direct stabs. These skulls we need to get rid of because they will explode with a vicious aura coming up after a while. And it pretty much takes up the whole arena, if not lucky. So you might get hit like me. Well, that didn't quite work out as planned.
What is it going to take for you to get some sense into your head?
It'll take you getting out of my plan.
Here come the helpers.
No, that shall accomplish nothing.
Oh, I think it shall.
I thought you might.
The DPS isn't super amazing, so I do have to be a little cautious, especially of that arc. But you know, coupled with the casts, I can actually do some pretty hefty damage to him. Ah, on account of the stacks of chill and the explosion that follows suit.
They shall have
I was frozen today. But if you thought that's over, oh no. Phase 2. Ow.
I don't think so.
Sticks from 8. Big mistakes.
all shall soon decay.
The pump him as much damage as possibly viable. Alright. particular fight, he's going for a lot of those AoE attacks, forcing me to dodge, but also kind of prefer it that way. Ow. No, it's the final attempt, so I better not fluff this up. We can do this, not far off. Got him.
Then go. See what awaits you in this realm.
GG. Easy. Now for the status support phones.
Did it.
And now,
In the name of Hades.
for a summary of this run. It was pretty messy, altogether, I would say. Definitely clinging on to victory by the tip of my fingers. Fisher King. I like that title.
Blood of the Titans.
So, without anyone holding us back, it is time. The moment of truth. The moment everyone's been waiting for. A peek at the outside world. A glimpse of a different reality from ours. Where there's sunlight.
Beautiful.
Certified man moment.
Zagreus, you're back.
Indeed, we are. For the 9th time now.
Of everything down in that gloomy house, I miss old Cerberus the most, I think. But I miss other things as well. The lack of light was gentler on my skin, not being as cold. And Nyx and her young sons. It was all very odd, but...
Now, I think, would be apt timing for an info dump. So, essentially, we've been going for a loop this whole time. The reason for that being is that Zagreus carries a curse, placed on him by extension, just like on his father Hades. Because long ago, when Hades was taking over the realm of the dead, the Fates bestowed that title upon him for a price. The price being, he could not have an heir. He was destined to rule the underworld on his own. Now, Hades decided to defy the Fates because he didn't quite want to believe that he was unable to have children and a potential successor. Unfortunately, fate is a cruel mistress, and Zagreus, who was born of the Hades and Persephone union, came out of the womb stillborn. Persephone, struck with grief, escaped, and in a desperate attempt to save his son, Hades pleaded with Nyx to use her powers over the fates to basically bend the rules and bring young Zagreus back to life. From this point onwards, nothing's been really the same. Persephone found the small Regulus for herself, where no one really knows that she resides here, especially the Olympian gods, because I kind of alluded to that earlier when we talked to Demeter, but in this headcanon that the game places, Hades abducted Persephone without anyone's knowledge. And she was content with that. However, the concern now is, especially with Zagreus snooping around and trying to uncover what was going on in the family, is that the Olympian gods may find out her whereabouts, because they are under the illusion that Zagreus is trying to get in touch with the Olympian gods on Olympus. They don't know about their reunion with the mother. The only fact that they know for sure is that Zagreus is the son of Hades. But they don't know who the mother is. So we have a lot of intrigue going on. And needless to say, Persephone is concerned about the possibility of going back. And the last time Zagreus spoke to her, she essentially told him to forget about her and accept things as they are, because she is content with living on her own. Although, slowly but surely, we are planting the seeds of doubt, and perhaps there is indeed a chance for a happy ending.
Mother, in Father's bedchambers. Mind you, there's almost nothing there, just neatly sorted rows of all his samey capes. But on his nightstand is a portrait of you, wearing a regal crown of red laurels. A queen.
Yes. After the last attempt, we pleaded with Achilles to allow us to sneak into Hades' bedchamber in hopes of finding a relic that would convince Persephone that it's worth coming back. And indeed, there was a portrait of her on the nightstand.
I was fitted for those garments when I first arrived. They were not my customary style. So Hades has a portrait of me still. Why would he put it back on display now?
No, he's never let anybody in his bedchambers. I broke in, don't you see? He didn't put your portrait back on display. It's always been there, ever since you left. So, Mother, why do you suppose he would do that?
Because he loves me still. Is that what you want me to say?
Hey there, Frosty old pal. Indeed, you have come in just in time for the Thierry family reunion. Well, one of many I've gone through, off stream at least. The fight with Hades was quite something. I wouldn't say I was on the edge of clutch, but this was a pretty messy run altogether. Lots of risk taking and not quite the optimal setup with Varafa. But I managed to get through on Extreme Measures 2 at that.
Have you ever loved him yourself?
All I really wanted was to leave Olympus. I didn't exactly abscond. I doubt I had much of a choice, but I went willingly. Perhaps Zeus knew how I felt, and thought he was doing me a favor. As for Hades, I grew to love him, yes. He always gave me my space.
Won't you please talk to him? Or visit Cerberus again, or Nyx? As for Olympus, surely all of you can figure something out.
Oh dear. Too much grass touching.
I just don't know, my son. Olympus is behind me. In the underworld. I cannot imagine I would be very welcome there after all this time.
Well, guess what? Extreme Measures 3 are coming up next.
But you are the queen.
Boop. And just like that, the curse has taken effect and we are back.
You are the queen.
Also, you missed out on something that would put a smile on your face for sure. The very first boon I acquired was a legendary blessing from Poseidon that gave me plus 20% increased chances of finding fish, and I got tons of them this playthrough. Like pretty much, I would say the exact same number I have acquired through all the consecutive runs previously.
Resolve the trouble with the satyrs yet?
Question for you, Father. The name Kore happen to mean anything to you by any chance?
What? Where did you... Ah, the cold witch brought it up, did she? Never repeat that name again. Not here, nor anywhere. You hear me, boy? Know only this. The one called by that name despised it even more than I.
I'm glad Logan Cunningham is coming back to reprise the role of Hades in the sequel. They probably haven't missed the narrator too again. That's been like a constant position that he's been taking up ever since Bastion, really. I'm pretty sure he's narrating the story in Transistor 2. He's definitely the sword in that game. Pyre, I don't know. Like I said, I still have to actually buy Pyre and try it out. It's a little unusual compared to the rest of Supergiant's lineup, but, well, I know Lucifer likes it, so...
So let's see.
Perhaps I should take a dip.
Missing. She wound up down here. I happened. Mother left. Demeter and everyone else on Olympus apparently has no idea. That about right? Tell me what happened.
I'll tell you nothing. Keep meddling in matters that you cannot understand, and you'll incur the wrath of Olympus on all that you hold dear. And know that it is not for my sake that I'm warning you.
You can't hide the truth forever.
You have a worried look about you, lad. Spare me your thoughts.
Oh, it's just... I met the goddess Demeter out there. The blessings that she offered, they just drain the heat and life from everything. I thought she saw to fruits and grains and vegetables and such. Not that I'm complaining.
All gods and goddesses are to be feared. Demeter, she has the power to give life, or take it. Seems she's more interested in the latter, though. She's the eldest on Olympus, and your father seems to harbor a particular dislike for her. I don't know why. Be careful.
Speaking of interpretations, Achilles is definitely one of the more interesting takes, because in the myths, he's definitely got that hero extremely proud of himself to the point of contemptuous for other aura. But here in the underworld, he's definitely a humble, helpful figure, totally unlike what you would recognize him from even the Trojan Wars, where if you remember what he does to Hector after defeating him, it's definitely an interesting take on the character. But then again, the same could be said about Sisyphus. I think so far out of like all the quote-unquote hero personas, Theseus is the closest to the source material.
I will.
What? I have to say, it's quite a mess you've gotten yourself into, Zacharias.
See you out there.
Yeah, tell me about it. It's a pretty dysfunctional family.
You reached the surface.
Father loved her, didn't he? Mother, I mean. Faith like that. He's just stubborn enough to hold on to the idea of her, isn't he? Though what she saw in him, I'm not sure.
Your father was different with Persephone, to some extent.
Women will do that to you.
Know him yet. Her lightness. It affected even him, I think. And he knows that he was better with her than without.
Sounds like a lot of pressure on Mother to fix all his failings. But it sounds as though she cared for him as well. And you and Cerberus. She said she misses you.
She did she?
I mean, who wouldn't miss Mommy Nix? I have deepened my relationship with her for a reason. By the way, fun little fact from Greek mythology, because this game actually made me look up some tales of old again. So, you would think that Hades, being the sole ruler of the underworld and pretty much the prime figure of this realm, would be one of the more restrained gods, because he doesn't really leave his dominion. But tell you what, even though he did acquire a wife, which would be Persephone, and had children with her, there are some accounts that he had some side action going on. And one of those claims that Megara and her sisters are actually Hades' daughters. You want to know who's pointed to be the mother? Yep. I mean, would you blame the guy? Me? Not in a lifetime.
How's it going with that pact of punishment you signed? You've made some meaningful improvements to the underworld.
I'll fight my way out of this place or earn it. The pact is nothing to me other than a way to keep things lively.
You are delusional. I'll never understand you or your father. Anyway, if you're looking for more punishment, you know where to find me.
Ooh.
I do indeed.
Gee, I wonder who's gonna be the go-to female character in the sequel. I mean, we already had some ideas from the trailer.
Look at them go.
Okay, maybe I haven't really, like, doubled the amount of fish caught, but that was 8 in a single run, if my math is correct, which is a lot.
This is my latest haul.
What do we get?
Seems fair enough.
Not as much as I expected, though. $10 gemstones for a nectar, however, is
That's too good a deal to pass up.
fair and honest. So is one ambrosia for Titan blood.
Too good to pass up.
May as well trade in the keys, because I'll really be needing them.
I think I'll take it.
What can we do in terms of decorations? Ooh. A treat jar for the boy. I kind of want to buy the weights though. Come on. Zagreus needs the gear to grow even more buff. Though he already has that classic Greek male athletic figure. But you still gotta tone those muscles, man.
A prophecy.
Primordial boons. Some of the keys. I'm so very close to actually redeeming a lot of these, but there's just like 1 or 2 boons for most of the gods that I don't really find in the playthroughs, which is a little annoying because look at all those free gemstones waiting to be claimed. Anywho, let's check up on Skelly, if there's anything new we can do with him.
Boyo, you could be hitting me right now, boyo.
Not quite. Can't really gift him anything, or... I do know for a fact that there's...
Yeah, that's it.
something of a side mission related to Skelly. Maybe you just have to wait for the time to be ripe.
What are the limits of your power?
I wonder what this aspect is, and how do I unlock it? Definitely want to stick around for...
Hey, room, I'm back.
the next peer upgrade. Diamonds are pricey. I mean, ideally, I would like to check out these gateways, which will likely have to be after the main story is done and dusted. But like I said, this game has plenty of replay value.
What do you see, bad friends?
I have plenty of nectar. The time would be good to start handing it out.
Next.
Here you go, boy.
Keep an eye on father for me, boy. Don't let him
Cerberus promises to do exactly that, in his own way.
Who's a good boy?
Only the very best treats for my best friend, right, boy?
Cerberus yelps in merriment upon receiving such a generous offering.
Next.
And one for good old Achilles.
No, this is for me. You really shouldn't have. You're spoiling me rotten.
I just happen to think you deserve better than you've got down here, Achilles.
Yeah, we still have plenty to go with many of the characters. I pretty much have all the prerequisites for Skelly, I think. Next is heavily story related, and so is Hades to an extent. Karen, best friend forever. The rest, I think I'll give out to the gods as I go for this next run.
And next.
I've got 5. Should I give one to Meg, just to wipe out those salty tears of hers? Why not?
Hey, Meg. I thought I'd better hand this over.
I'll confiscate that if you really want. Although I'm warning you, I'm not susceptible to bribes. Many have tried.
Hey, I'm just handing over contraband to the appropriate authorities. Think nothing of it, Meg. Just doing our jobs, right? Let's just have a listen.
Okay, I think I have
Mirror of Night.
everything I want now. Well, this calls for another run. Ooh, heat level 6. That bad? Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen?
Time to put in extra work for those bounties.
This is where you belong. You feel out of place? Where would you even go? What would you have me do? Your place is here.
My place is with my mother.
Athena. Could be a good start.
I have a simple token for you, goddess. Although it's insufficient thanks for all the aid you've given me.
You are most gracious, cousin, to extend this offering. You honor me. Yet I would ask you think of your well-being for the time, not mine.
Look at that owl fella. What a guy.
It's such a cruelty that your father hid the knowledge of your birth and life from us, my cousin. It's unacceptable.
Gotta love deflect. Negating damage from enemies. Great upgrade altogether. Kind of hoping we get to meet a specific NPC in Elysium. Just so I can show him off. It's not a guarantee that his room will be accessible. But it's a pretty chill location, and I like being there.
Wretches.
Triple jab so we can potentially deflect more upcoming attacks. Ooh. This early on?
Hit me.
Yes, sir.
At a fishing point.
Okay. I didn't know that was a possibility. Sure. Let's catch a void fish. Or whatever the hell lives here.
Fish. I caught a mati.
A perfect specimen.
What the heck is this? I'm all too familiar with the so-called evil eye, which has been cast upon me many times while I lived and breathed. Envy, hatred, distrust, all such matters captured in a look. Purportedly, there is an ancient water creature from which the phenomenon is derived. Yes, but more importantly, how does this thing taste? Do you, like, just fry it? Marinate it first? What's the deal? Oh, actually, Frosty, that movie you pinged me with, Begotten, I've seen that one. It's a black and white sound film. Very loose interpretation of the creation myth. It's a very strange watch, but it might spark your interest, so do feel to check it out if you love that kind of weird stuff. Oh, by the way, we have a new emote now. Bozo has blessed me with the Vaporwave Mary. You know, this was actually gonna be a follower slot at first, but then the lad came with the idea to give it that rainbow effect. And since I happen to have a spare animated slot, I was like, this actually works out pretty darn well. And considering that Vaporwave is pretty much a staple of these streams, we finally have a dedicated reaction.
Master Chaos, I pledge never to forget you or your good graces. May your wisdom and your whim forever guide me.
Is this an offering of fealty or friendship, son of Hades? I do not wish to know from you the answer, so that I might dwell on it and all the possibilities.
What a strange fella this embodiment of chaos is.
To procure a specimen out from the flowing currents here in my domain, with nothing but a single instrument. I shall look forward to your subsequent attempts.
The primordial being discovers the joys of fishing. Let's do adult affluence.
Should be worth it soon enough. Hello, mates.
I'm actually gonna adhere to Phone's advice and if I encounter a boon reward that I'm not content with, I might try to crank out the dice. Dionysus. He's got some pretty solid ones. Easy.
Shattered that. A toast in your
Nectar
honor, Dionysus, mate.
to the god of celebration.
To have made your acquaintance.
What is that for me? Really? I mean, cheers, man. That is awful generous of you. I'm much obliged.
Now this is a dude you want to hang out with if you love to party. But here's a question for you guys. Who would win in a drinking contest? The god of wine or one Polish man?
Zach, you ever see a fellow by the name of Orpheus down there? You ever heard of him? I bet you have. And I have had a funny thought, a little jest that maybe we could try if you'd be up to have a little harmless fun.
Uh-oh. Knowing Dionysus.
Harmless fun at the expense of Orpheus? You have my full and complete attention, Dionysus, mate.
That chap comes up with the most smashing songs, so I was thinking maybe we could spin him into old tales, something like how maybe you and I, like, we're connected or something. He'll buy it. Tell him for me, yeah?
Hey, we might get a repeat of it this year, Frosty. It's not off the table. I might just decide to go for a different drink this time. And, maybe not mix alcohol. That's kind of a rookie's mistake. But then again, in the heat of the moment, you kinda are more likely to lose self-control. Okay, max life when you pick up nectar. Yeah, let's go with that.
To my health.
Unalterable. Huh. Interesting. Well, it has been a while since we...
You help him out again.
Uh-oh.
You'll get 1,000 lashes next we meet. And when I return, this little rock of yours had better be up there rather than here. Or else you'll get 1,000 more.
Oh no, we got Sisyphus in trouble. No.
Sounds good. Sounds good, madam. That's more than equitable, really. I'll hold you to that. Be seeing you around.
Well, at least it's taking it lightly.
Baldy, look who.
Hello, sir.
Well, all things considered, when all you gotta do for eternity is to push this funny-looking boulder, then a good whipping to the back sounds like a preferable alternative just to experience something new for a change.
She's gone. You still in one piece, Sisyphus? Not
You're
in
One Piece?
Oh, I'm just fine, thanks, Prince. That Fury sister, she is quite a lass, I have to say, and very, very strong. Bet she could push old Baldy here better than I.
I shall take money
All right.
and one for the road.
Prince, you being serious right now? Is that for me?
You deserve better, Sisyphus. This really isn't much, but maybe it'll help you while away the days, nights, whatever time it is.
You got
What a swell guy.
So much for them.
Already got a pretty decent supply of sponduli.
Charon's offerings ahead, I guess.
What do you got? Oh! Oh shit. Oh, this is what I was referring to earlier. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Oh, do we want to do it? Oh boy. I feel like I have to.
The river Styx flows infamously through the underworld, offering the boatman Charon expeditious travel from the realm of mortals to the lowest depths, where many of their shades reside forever.
Too bad I can't just take the ferry to the surface.
Have you ever found the tiny vermin in the penultimate smaller dungeons leading up to the Hades fight? Because I also just experienced that tonight earlier, and that was absolutely hilarious.
Should come in useful. And here we go.
All right. Well, Karen,
Words have not been spoken, mate.
I love you, my dude, but sorry.
Thank you, Charon. Sorry.
The record scratch.
Whoops.
Erebus. Oh, he's upset.
Charon, look, I can explain. It's just, I've grown very accustomed to taking stuff throughout my father's realm. I wasn't stealing from you, honestly.
Sure I wasn't. I was just borrowing it. Yep, he didn't take kindly to that.
That was not an understanding sound. Wait, why are you brandishing your oar in such a menacing way?
Now he's looking like a Bloodborne boss.
Oh, it's because you're going to kill me.
That remix of the shop theme, though. Oh, he hits like a truck. Holy smokes. Oh boy. The carrot trap beat. he's definitely gonna have a second phase, and I'm not gonna like it. Ow. This could potentially cost me the run, but you know what? This is a cool boss fight. It's different. Not doing too bad, however. This might be a clutch victory. I can pretty much only deflect the aura attack, as far as I can tell. Phase 3. Yep, different pattern. Thank goodness I have the deflect. This would have been a doozy otherwise. Still, we're not out of the woods.
Wait, did I win? No way, a membership card for me? Look at these savings.
Huh. Nice, it only costed me all of my death defiances. Time to play good for the rest of the run.
Poison you against me, as I understand, young man. Oh, foster sister, she prefers, I say, loath as she is to accept her role as part of our great family.
Nah, I'm not replacing Divine Strike, no way. If anything... Static Discharge.
Shocking. Sale price. I'll take this one.
I'm sure he'd be happy to see me. It's just what he thought. No hard feelings?
You're not angry with me, are you, Charon mate?
Let's assume he's not.
Thank you, mate.
I'm gonna save the rest. Well, off we go to face the Fury Sister. Fury, ugh. Wow. Ouch.
Like this, Zagreus. You tired of me yet?
That was an unfortunate slip of the tongue.
We're both immortals, Meg. We'll be seeing plenty of each other for a while yet. I've come to welcome these occasions.
Then good. Lashing you across the face beats waiting for the opportunity to do so. Come.
And we get the 3-in-1 package. Meg is on the lead, however, so fingers crossed we can prevail. So far so good, let's keep it that way. Kinda funny how the moment Megara requests backup, Tisiphone deploys a smoke screen. Really where we're playing Call of Duty all along. Got him.
Yes. The ancient blood. Next stop, Asphodel.
I will take the fishing point.
Till next time, Tartarus. Good. Now we're getting somewhere.
Ain't nothing like catching fish in the depths of hell.
Think I got one. Another crustacean.
I'm sure that lobster thing is pretty spicy on its own.
Bloodless.
So this is the big money run, I've noticed, because we got the blessing from Chaos that lets me earn more money, and we did defeat Cameron, netting us quite a substantial income. That's gonna make future visits to this shop all the more exciting. Speaking of Chaos, What do you got for us this time?
Let's see. In the name of Hades.
This would be... moving half my current speed. Oh, that could get me killed. Abyssal Favor, however. Since so long as I don't touch any traps, I should be A-okay.
Anyone there? Never enough of these back at the house.
Let's see, could I get someone else?
Change of plan.
Zeus. Yeah.
Onward.
I was kind of hoping for Athena or Artemis.
Have to say, the barge of death is never late.
Ah, good, we get to hear this bop. One of the best battle themes. Yeah, this is what I think of your energy waves.
In the name of Hades.
It's pretty decent revenge damage. Lovely. Now let's see if there's anything to pick up in this room before I depart. We're definitely going to see Eurydice. Definitely need that health recovery.
Let's have a look here.
That's pretty decent. This also means...
She's not singing.
Hey, I was gonna say... We were going to get to vibe to her...
It's only me.
Lovely tune. What happened? What's the big deal? Also, here's some nectar.
I needed, hun. Thank you so much. You know, you weren't near as bad as I'd heard.
Oh, don't worry, we're still getting to know each other. Plenty of time for me to live up to my notorious reputation. Though I'm surprised you've heard of me at all.
What happens now, hun? What I mean is, now you got me thinking about Orpheus again. So, what am I supposed to do with that?
Wait for me to max out the social link between you and Orpheus so I can actually get you two together.
Even if you can't be together right now,
That's only what you have to do.
Better knowing how much he cares for you. And I will try to pull some strings like you said. I can't make promises where my father's concerned, but I'll do everything I can.
Well, what can I tell you? Thanks, Your Royal Majesty. That means a lot. No pressure, though. I've been alright without him all this time, and I will be alright no matter what. If only he could say the same. Come on now.
Thanks again.
Later then, yeah?
I think it's Hydra time. Indeedly do. First. Lots of running into Zeus. During this run.
Cheers, mate.
The Zeus is loose, one could say. High voltage rock and roll.
The might of the heavens.
I miss Bon Scott the same way I do miss Paul Diano in terms of lead singers. AC/DC with that frontman was just a different band. Not a change for the worse, it's just a different feel. Different energy radiating.
Bone Hydra, I love what you've done with the place.
I actually have to play smart this time, because no Death Defiances to spare. Hopefully we'll be able to breeze this lovely critter. Right. More hits. Now for the fun touch. Except this time, the beast is no longer stationary. So, gotta watch out.
And clear. The curse of chaos has been lifted. Nice.
Lovely. Greater boons await. Now I'm looking forward to the duo, because they are gonna be getting some new attack patterns. That's when apparently the fight gets super intense. Easy enough.
You know, cuz my papa never gives his lightning blessings to me. He's quite invested in what happens to you, isn't he?
Your attack is faster up. No brainer there. Hammer time. Of course it's you lot. We got a shield bearer. However, I do appear to be able to invoke hit stun much easier now. That is good. For the sake of the prophecy,
should work. Beats dying.
oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Bot.
And let's go fishing. Gonna save up some money for the shop before Theseus and Asterius.
There's more. Next.
And now,
Come to me, fishies.
for a bit of me time.
Come on out. That's a cuff, all right.
Artemis. If I get support strike, I am gonna be a happy camper, I'll tell ya.
There you are, gigantic soul catcher.
Oh, I see, this thing ricochets now. That's interesting. I kinda like that.
There's no end to these guys.
Yeah, that's why we gotta kill the main problem. Now we get to do cleanup.
Farewell for now, sinister ball of butterflies.
Hey Zagreus, that nectar you sent? Callisto and the nymphs and I, we popped it open recently and it was really good. Had us positively frolicking about, so thanks.
Now, that's their way of telling that they have indulged in a bit of old-fashioned Greek god hedonism, if you know what I mean. So support strike is not here. However, Artemis Aid is one of the best calls in the game period. That arrow, ooh,
Time to hunt.
it can kill. I think I'm gonna skip on Chaos this time around. Just go with more life. Witches first, so they don't distract me. Now it's down to you.
Look what I found.
I think I'm gonna tempt fate again, since Artemis seems to have taken liking to me just now.
Thanatos?
Oh, and we could actually get that liking.
I got the message that you need assistance, Zagreus.
So maybe beat Thanatos. Chances are strong. Except he's taking the lead on these stronger enemies. Ugh. It's annoying. Can't get rid of them quickly enough. Yeah, ain't winning this one, I don't think.
That's quite enough of that.
Oh well. You win some, you lose some.
In the name of Hades.
I mean, cool.
You're welcome. Go.
Bye.
Nothing to see here, so instead, gonna kill more of these gentlemen. Bowmen are a bit of a problem too, but we'll take these lads over shield bearers. Really? Some pretty subpar rewards that I'm seeing here. Oh.
Bit of a break.
That is actually good. And we are approaching the fated moment. So... third time's the charm.
In the name of Hades.
Sadly, no. Pressure points. Okay. Let's see what all the fuss is about these two goons on level 3.
This has to be some kind of bad dream.
Oh shit.
It's finally time, Mysterious. He's here. Aren't you now, you vile, insignificant hellspawn? Prepare now to be overrun.
Dude, they turned him into a Bloodborne boss.
Oh, this is unfair. That's a bronze-plated Macedonian Tau Lambda. What's an obnoxious bellyacre like you doing with the most durable chariot created to date?
You don't deserve to know. Suffice it that Asterius and I were handsomely rewarded once again, and we shall not hesitate to exploit our hard-fought spoils against you.
Well, let's go. He's spinning. Gotta say though, Asterius looks really great in that armor. Kinda like Goldar from Power Rangers. Ow. Yeah, I've noticed Theseus is not doing a whole lot. He's kind of intimidating looking, but those bombs and shots are actually easier to avoid than the spear. They don't feel as oppressive. Well, that's per usual. We're getting rid of... Oof. Asterius first. That I have, and now for the machine. It's amusing how I can deflect the bombs, but realistically, they're not gonna do anything because he's out of range anyway. But I suppose it keeps him busy. And the chariot is gone. Does that mean he's back to his... Huh. Good chunk of damage. Yep. Back to his default state. Oof.
I got to make Theseus shove it for a bit. Showed them who's boss, didn't we, Shade?
I ate that spear for lunch and I was a little worried that they would have been killing me.
Hope you enjoyed the show.
So you withstood the finest of Elysium.
They weren't that great.
Oh, come on. That was amazing.
That'll keep me alive.
I'm glad we got to see so many alternate and optional fights tonight.
To the surface. Clear.
In that sense, the game has definitely treated me well tonight.
What's with the air up here?
And also has been generous enough to give me 2 refills of Death Defiance. Wait for it. Wait for it.
I got one. Back over Stonewall.
No fish. The hard-headed harpoon-nosed stonewall is an elusive species that feeds on lesser river creatures that dwell too close to the gates of the underworld, slaying them so that their little souls may then be eligible for the rest of the journey. Yeah, even fish don't have it easy down here. Rules of nature.
If you've a moment, Zagreus, one of my relatives has claimed that I usurp your time, so I invited her to contact you.
And that would be...
Hello, Zagreus. Athena here is grandstanding or trying to prove a point or something. I don't know. Anyway, nice talking to you.
Well, I suppose that's settled then. I'm afraid such interactions aren't uncommon here amongst my family. But what's a family without flaws?
Huh. So we got a beef with Aphrodite and Artemis. Well, Aphrodite I can understand because she's kind of the opposite of you. But Artemis? Eh.
Nice.
Hey now. Deadly reversal after you deflect. Briefly gain plus 20% chance to deal critical damage. No brainer.
Might. Here's the fee.
Easiest pick of my life. Same here. make that arrow even more powerful.
All these tunnels.
Honestly, these two would not go unrewarded.
Here goes.
I don't know what quite awaits me on the 10th attempt, but I'd rather be prepared. And before the tiny vermin makes a comeback to ruin my day. I have watched the second half of analysis today. Really fun if you have an hour and a half to spare. Good analysis of the different plot lines and symbolism that goes on through that game. From different perspectives. I already knew about the secret boss that they've missed because it's a little out of the way. And interestingly, you get a secret ending pertaining to defeating that boss and getting some extra items along the way. I've also learned of another game that's kinda similar to Off in a aesthetic sense. And the plotline is apparently also potentially inspired by the game. It's called Hello Charlotte, and it appears that it's free on Steam. Like 5 entries in what appears to be a lengthy series. I'm gonna drop the link to the Steam page in a minute because it does look interesting and might be a potential stream game in the future. So do give me a second. I have not actually. I've heard so many recommendations on Lisa, and a good friend of mine is an avid fan. That's another game that I should honestly just cave in and play through finally. At this point, it's just surprising that I haven't done it yet. Alright, I gotta do this through my browser, otherwise it's gonna be a little tricky. But there you go, there's Hello Charlotte. I'm digging the aesthetic. It's promising. Hopefully it's not just one of those super depressing, quirky indie games. There's more of substance. It is, but it appears from what I understand that the demo that you actually have on Steam is pretty much episode 1 in its full entirety.
Just what I need.
50% of damage taken. Oh shit, I'm tanking this.
Faster than ever.
I also went back and watched a video I missed because I decided to subscribe to Sagan Hawk. Just because he makes some interesting commentaries on all these indie and obscure games. From a, I would say, neutral standpoint, like he presents the ups and downs, while also giving a lot of insightful information. And he actually did a memory trip down the lane of old Flash horror games. Are you familiar with Ex Mortis and the House, Frosty? Because, let me tell you, I had some memories deep buried down my brain resurface as I saw footage of those two. Like, I didn't play them myself, but I distinctly remember watching other people play them back in the day, and for the time is it was peak horror, essentially, in the web browser form. Think of all of those escape house games nowadays in the exact same format, except you just walk around on still environments, click on objects, and occasionally scares happen. The Witch's House I'm familiar with by name. That's the RPG Maker one, right? Been seeing a lot of recommendations for that one too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it on Steam right now? A remastered version of sorts? Kinda like what Imp received along the way? Oh no, the house is a different beast altogether, like I said. Scary Maze Game also made a brief appearance, because, well, when we're talking browser-based horror games, that's kinda an iconic one. Even though it's more of a shitpost screamer.
In the name of Hades.
Very much typical of the time period it came out. It was nice, however, to see that Korean browser horror story. You may not recognize it the way I'm describing it, but it was also pretty damn popular. It's basically the story of a girl who walks down the street at night, and she stumbles across the ghost of a woman who committed suicide by jumping off a balcony. And the trick... Yep, I don't need to explain more. I should have known that I am speaking to a connoisseur of the genre.
Alright, who's next?
Me too. I did it on my desktop, and it's such a simple trick when you think about it, because it's just a series of still images sped up through a script, but no one's ever done it before. And that's what made it absolutely disturbing, because you had no freaking idea what was going on. Let's see, encounter or...
No status.
We get a heal. A little early on.
Delicious.
Still. This is not a substantial upgrade. What is a substantial upgrade is Heaven's Vengeance on level 3. Or a greater Bolt of Area effect.
A special treat for Cerberus. I'm rich. Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
Cloud of Judgment, yes please. And I think I'll do this room so I can get another palm upgrade. Just because.
Try this way.
There's a new Humble Bundle going about Fantastic Journey, which has the Shadow of War, well, the Lord of the Rings Shadow series, Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, Lego Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. Like, Lord of the Rings I kind of understand, but Harry Potter is the wild card here. But what particularly spiked my curiosity is a game included in the pack called Slayers. It's like a top-down, arcadey style dungeon crawler, which you can co-op up to 4 players. I've seen some very mixed reception of it, because it's a different edition, and apparently they made it worse somehow. So I don't know, because it could be a fun time, but on the other hand, I could just wait for the Steam sale. It's not too far off. Yep, come Tuesday, I'm gonna have such a toss-up between browsing between Steam and GOG for games I wanna nab.
Could check the other passageways before.
Thankfully, all of the stuff I would potentially like to buy from GOG are vintage games that Steam doesn't have in their library, so they'll come pretty cheap.
I'll pay for that.
Steam is a mystery because I kinda know what might go on sale. But given that I have so many titles listed on my wish list, some tough calls might be made.
Each violent countenance of Cerberus agrees the satyr sack must be destroyed.
It's not? Damn. Sometimes you can't help but hate that arbitrary pick of what gets put on sale, what not. Is Arcanum by any chance discounted? True. True that. But regardless, get both of them, I would say. Temple of Elemental Evil. It can be a little rough because it's based off a campaign in D&D that's meant for a little more advanced players. But Arcanum is just a unique and charming setting that I'm sure you would enjoy. Well, here we go. Hello, pups. For the 10th time now.
I have done virtually everything within my power to prevent this. All of it. For nothing. The fates were not content to saddle me within the earth. They mock me still.
Maybe they just think you're in the wrong, and that you're an obstinate, overbearing, and miserable excuse for a husband and father. Don't you understand I'm trying to fix the problems you caused, since you're so unwilling to do it yourself?
Harsh, but true.
You're right. I was unwilling. I made my choices in all this. I loved her, yes. I loved her terribly. But now, it seems I'm merely delaying the inevitable. Go then. Go to her. But should harm befall her, I shall bring my worst wrath upon whomever is to blame, including you.
What? You're letting me go just like that? You're just afraid of getting struck down again. You're serious?
Go. Before I reconsider.
Well, heck. Easiest fight in the game. GG.
Goodbye, Father. The sun.
Sometimes you just gotta take it easy, slow down a bit, and let the scenic view sink in. While contemplating your mortality, the masculine urge.
Is that you?
It is, and you appear to be in a slightly different location this time, compared to your default placing.
Mother, wait. What is all this?
Oh, Zagreus, I almost missed you. Truthfully, I hoped that I could make it a surprise.
Make what a surprise?
My arrival. I'm going. To your home. To Cerberus, Nyx, your father.
Hey, we're about to have a happy family reunion.
Really? Mother, you're serious?
I am. Now, if you could just help me pack up my remaining things.
About that, I might die anytime soon.
Just in case. If we hurry, maybe you could join me, rather than return the customary way. Not something a mother ever wants to see.
That is a very good point. I mean, looking at the neighborhood, it's a very idyllic scenery. You're basically out in the middle of nowhere with your own little cottage. Lovely fauna and flora. A beautiful garden that gives you what you need. A river close by if you need to catch some fish. But on the flip side, consider this. You're missing out on Mommy Nyx. And you're damn right I'm going back down there.
Join you, but wait, how are you going to get back? I hadn't thought that far ahead.
Just so happens I know somebody who can give us a ride.
Karen?
Charon?
Doubtless he has pressing matters to attend to. So let's not keep him waiting any longer, son. Come on, then.
What a bro. What a swell guy for being the ferryman of the underworld.
I'm still alive. But how?
You're on the River Styx. No longer in the mortal realm entirely.
I can't believe that this is happening.
I know. My heart is racing. Nothing like a river journey to remind oneself that there's no turning back.
Seriously. Though, even after all of this, it's like we only just met. I have so many questions for you still.
Well, you guys will have plenty of time to catch
Plenty of
up
time
to.
for them, I think. For now, best we keep quiet.
I swear, this is the second
Pretend we're just
time tonight that
souls on their final voyage.
an NPC has literally spit out the same line I've just uttered. It's almost like I've written this game.
Wait, isn't this Eurydice and Orpheus?
This would make for a cool carnival park attraction. Floating down the river Styx. What a great game. Absolutely well worth all the hours I put into it. With more still awaiting. This is technically closure, but there's still a lot, plenty of optional content awaiting you. But for the purposes of closure, ending a chapter, I think this would be a good finale stream. Should I want to edit here and not come back in the future. We are not skipping the end credits for this game. No, no. My dear viewers, you are sitting throughout the entirety. It's immediately better than a lot of end credits in video games these days. Well, just for this ending tune. Your prince? The prince? Truly, we've reached the point where we're starting to credit Discord moderators. This little journey really makes you appreciate the gorgeous art style and all the hard work that went into making this a spectacle, a feast for your eyes and ears. The OST, top notch as they be expected at this point from Supergiant. I almost forget that this came out like 4 years ago in its earliest stages.
this is embarrassing, but I don't know the way to get back in. Except, you know, the customary way.
Just knock on the door. It's easy.
It's quite all right. I do. In the name of Persephone the Queen, open the gates!
That's sure to cause a stir.
I spent many days tending this garden. Or nights? Quite difficult to tell the time here. But it's held on longer than I would have expected.
Hey.
Cerberus?
He's happy to see the lady back. And I suppose you too.
Persephone.
Lord Hades.
Cerberus. I missed you so. And dutiful as ever, aren't you?
I'm sorry. Know that I am sorry.
Hades. You look tired. Though I am not the only one you ought to be apologizing to.
Well, he got defeated by his son like 9 times about now. Plus, all of that office work down there. That's sure to take its toll on a man.
I know.
Even if he is an immortal god.
Why have you returned? If Olympus, if your mother discovers what happened, not even Zeus, not even he could stop what would transpire here.
Oh, I have a thought or two about how we can settle that. Though I shall need for you and Zagreus to cooperate with me on a solution. Or, if you'd rather, I could just return the way I came.
A solution? What, do you intend to have them over for ambrosia? Not even you can fix a broken family, Persephone.
You're right, Hades. I can't. Certainly not by myself. So are you going to help me or what?
I would do anything that you would ask of me.
Then first, talk to your son.
Yep. The lady's back in the house, and you know what that means, boys. There's gonna be a change of priorities down here.
Zagreus, you have already met Persephone, our queen. I expect for you to show deference to her at all times.
Wow, Father, you called me by my name. What is this strange sensation that I feel? Perhaps it's this deference of which you speak.
Oh, stop it, both of you! Don't make me regret this, Hades. Speak honestly with him. About yourself, not me. Go on.
Yes, Zagreus. I know there have been times when I've let my mood reflect on you. I showed very little patience. Questioned your judgment, often when my own was flawed. Thus, I apologize to you, my son. I have no excuses, and I ask no forgiveness.
All it took was for the matron to come back for 5 minutes, and already everyone is put back in line.
What about the part where you lied to me about Mother? Do you apologize for that? Your foul moods and venting them on me. I've long since come to expect that from you, and I resented you for it. But I always thought you're honest.
Your mother did not come here willingly when we originally met. When she left, believing you were stillborn, her decision was final. I believed that she was better off without the lot of us, Olympus included. Deceiving both of you. It tore against my being, but it needed to be done.
Well, you didn't need to vent all that inner turmoil onto me throughout my life. Though, I think I understand. I only wish I could have understood sooner. So, what now? I've grown so used to ransacking your domain, I think I'm really going to miss it.
About that. Your ransacking revealed many flaws in our security. The types that never get into reports. Our reputation rides on there being no escape from here. Would you keep trying to break free. Not for my sake, but for this realm. For the Queen.
And thus the game explained the reason to carry on playing.
Zagreus, if you keep fighting out of here, it shall help keep appearances that everything is as it always was.
Plus, you might be able to unlock extra content.
Question, Father. Let's say I accept. When next I reach the surface, is it still going to be you waiting up there?
Ah, boy. If you think for an instant that I shall go easier on you because of this, you'll soon learn otherwise.
Now that is some father-son energy.
Kill my own father, then?
People talk about the new God of War, but this right here, this is the original chemistry.
You have it half correct.
Perhaps you'll also tend to my little cottage while you're in the area. The garden doesn't take much care at all. I'd like to keep the place in decent shape, in case I cannot suffer this for long.
Well, I guess I'll see what I can do.
Just do the best you can. And clearly I've work to do as well. We have a lot of it ahead of us, I'd say. So, shall we get started then?
Thus was Hades, feared ruler of the dead.
Look at that dog.
With his long-lost bride,
Beautiful.
Persephone, the queen. And together with their firstborn son, Prince Zagreus, they would go on to reign eternally beneath the earth, in relative harmony. The queen's return marked an occasion of enthusiastic joy, so much as possible in that dark, gloom-filled realm of the dead.
Zagreus appropriately wielding Varafa.
Olympus never did discover what transpired there, in the underworld.
After all this time, it's only been a few days. But it's been good. Mother and father are back together, made some new friends, got this fancy painting. Easy. All is well in the underworld.
Queen returned.
I can't entirely get used to seeing us together like this.
Now that is one happy family. Let's check how things are doing outside. Now that Her Majesty is back with us.
It's you.
Hey! She's got her underworld garments on.
Yes.
Go away.
So first off, the most important business at hand. Here are the fish.
Day or night.
Sweet. And now...
Prince, I don't know what to say. Are you joking around with me, maybe?
Listen, you can act tsundere all you want, but it's not gonna work. You don't even have a body, and clearly, Zaggy here is not interested.
Oh, I am deadly serious, Dusa. Honest. It's for you.
Prince, so is it really true then that you're staying and that you'll be working here officially, I guess?
Well, when you put it that way, yes, I guess it is. We're going to try and make it work like this for now.
Professional escape artist.
Well, you know what that means, don't you? We're official co-workers now. Isn't that so exciting? We can share our latest learnings, compare notes about the challenges we're up against, run into one another in the hall.
Oh god, she's living out her fantasy. Someone stop this.
Do so. We've been doing everything you said this entire time.
But it is not the same. The entire feel of it's completely different now. You'll see. So, okay, bye.
Bye.
Weirdo.
So between us, all you're attempting to break out of here, over and over, you're now authorized to keep that up? Exposing weaknesses in underworld security, huh?
Can you believe this dude got an android figure? I can. It's pretty cool.
Something like that. I guess I've gotten pretty decent about escaping from a place that's known for being inescapable. Lets me keep in touch with the other side of the family. Work with you from time to time.
I have to say, I never thought I'd hear you talking about looking forward to working, Zag. You feeling all right? Spending too much time on the surface, maybe?
Oh, I'm feeling fine. I never thought I was much good at anything, but if my fated purpose is to be a master of frustrating father's efforts to make everything strictly perfect, I think I'm okay with that.
Well then, I'll be looking forward to working with you in a more official capacity, even if we're still supposed to keep it all under wraps, for sake of appearances. See you out there.
Bye, Than.
Take care, buddy. Here you go, mommy dearest.
Mother, was it always custom in Father's house to secretly give nectar to those you care about? I guess it also could have been a thing on Olympus. Look, I wanted you to have this. I'm so glad I found you.
Oh, Zagreus, you're so thoughtful, truly. Your father never permitted nectar out in the open, so I'd practically forgotten its savor. Though, just a moment. I have something for you, too.
Dude, she is completely rocking that underworld look.
Oh, Mother, thank you.
And I believe that's all of the keepsakes you can get.
How has it been for you so far, Mother? Reacclimating to all this? You said before it was a struggle. Must be very strange being back. Being in darkness all the time.
You know, I think it's gone all right so far. Thank you for asking, son. Everyone has been quite welcoming. The darkness is a pleasant change of pace. And while the stress can be a little difficult to move in, I quite like it.
That's good to hear. I have to admit I was a little worried you'd be desperate to return to your cottage by now. This place can be a little much.
I'm sure it can. And I do miss my little cottage here and there, but I think I'm through running away. There may be times when it is necessary, of course. But no matter how far you run, it doesn't make your problems go away. You taught me that, you know?
That's video game quotes material right here.
But I tried desperately to run away myself. Oh.
Indeed.
What? Hey, did you see? The Queen's come back. Though did she ever take her sweet time?
Hey, watch it, Hypnos. That's my mother you're talking about.
What, really? Huh. So then your mom doesn't spend any time with you either. We've got something in common.
We don't.
This guy, I swear. The nerve.
Greetings, Father. So, I can just head on out there again whenever I want. Don't need to stick to any rigid schedule.
Your unpredictability is one of your assets. Our defenses must always be on guard. So yes, go about your business as you best see fit.
And the Olympians are going to keep helping me, thinking I'm trying to get away from you to them. We can't keep this up with them forever, you know.
I do. Your mother, the Queen, is working on that.
Cerberus must be asleep somewhere.
So that's actually a hint that there is an epilogue of sorts that you can work your way to acquiring. It needs a little work put into it. I think you have to maximize your relationship with Persephone, Hades, and at least a couple of Olympian gods in order for the requirements to be met. So that will definitely take a while, and I don't think I'm necessarily going to stream that. I think I'm just going to enjoy the rest of the game in my spare time. At this point, this is more of an encouragement to you guys. If you haven't, absolutely check this game out and uncover some of the secrets on your own. It's well worth your time. Absolutely. Oh, look at that. We can get some toys for our doggo. But you know what's coming first.
Here are the gems. They say that only
the
Heracles
gains.
himself can lift these things. I'll take them then.
You think you have the necessary strength?
And
Approved.
a
My
poster
patron Dionysus can inspire me to keep a bright and healthy attitude toward life.
of our dear friend.
Healthy attitude from him?
Orpheus, you have to hear this straight from me. I vanquished my own father on the outskirts of the Temple of Styx, at the surface. I know how this looks since I'm back here, and so is he. You believe me, don't you?
Of course I do, my friend. Though you must know your father has requested his relationship to you be kept quite clandestine. You'll understand if I not sing your praises in this case, won't you?
Fine, all right.
Ah, Persephone, the queen. She has returned. I scarce believe it, child. You have brought her back to all of us.
With a little bit of help from my
I
friends.
scarce believe it too. What happens now? Pick up the pieces and begin again.
Together, let us find out.
Sounds good.
Just so I understand. Breaking through everything in your path, taking resources from your father's realm, trying to get through me. All officially part of the job description.
Yep. I don't exactly get paid for it, but it's a living.
That's right. But before you ask, I'm not doing it for him.
I didn't think you'd have it in you to leave this place for good. But I didn't think you'd take responsibility for anything either. Anyway, we'll just have to kill each other more officially, I guess.
We'll make it official, all right.
So now that I have 5 diamonds, what I am gonna get is the Erebus Gate. Unlock.
Grant you funding and autonomy to do this job upon your earliest convenience, contractor.
You are distracting me.
Because on the subsequent playthroughs, I will want to
The garden's always open now.
check the location out. Hey! Neat.
The garden of Persephone the Queen, off limits to the prince throughout his life, now is laid bare to him at last in all its splendor.
Not like Mother's cottage, but not bad.
Yeah. It's got a particular vibe to it.
Go, bats, enjoy yourselves.
You could get a glimpse of it from this POV, but not in its full glory.
Some new decor.
Somehow him being placed next to Aphrodite makes a whole lot of sense. So how do you feel about this happy
You
reunion?
gonna hit me over here or what?
No,
What's this one do?
not much of that, huh? There every 6 encounters game plus 1 level. Ooh. You know, that actually might be a placement for the old spike color.
Okay.
Just for the hell of it.
As many chances as it takes.
The ever-smiling, wine-washed countenance of the great Lord Dionysus now adorns the prince's chamber wall, thus radiating questionable influence.
It's like we share a bond, man.
As if this poster was not enough of an influence. Wink wink.
A massive set of weights positioned carefully in line of sight of any visitors shall doubtless make them think the prince is stronger and in better shape than in reality.
I get lots of exercise, okay? I guess this came to pass. Baratha, has there ever been a greater spear?
Ah, there we go. That's one of the quest lines that you can do. Find a way to reunite Orpheus and Eurydice.
See you, Mira.
else can I do with 300 gems?
Too pricey for me.
I can save a little more for the entertainment table. Spicing up that crib even more. So I will grab a nectar. So yeah, all things considered, this is gonna be it for Hades. At least in terms of streaming, I feel. I'm really pleased with tonight's session. Not only did he get to wrap up the main story, but we got to see some extra stuff that I wasn't expecting to. And it made for a fun experience, I feel. So yeah, once again, I full-heartedly endorse this game, just like Supergiant's previous titles. This, I would say, is the most refined of their games thus far. Who knows? Maybe Hades 2 will be able to top it. Difficult to tell, but given Supergiant's track record so far, chances are it's at least going to be as good as the original Hades, which is what I'm hoping for. So, with that out of the way, my laundry list of games I wanted to complete this week is pretty much cleared, which means new games are coming up soon. Now, I'll see whether I have the time to sneak something or not before the Christmas special I have planned for next weekend. But if not, I'll definitely be seeing you guys either on Saturday or Sunday. I have something good planned, so look forward to it, and thank you for hanging out tonight. Until next time, and I hope the upcoming week and build up to the festive season treats you well. Bye now.